Okay, so we are back. You cannot see anything. If the game is too loud or whatever, just tell me. But the biggest issue with this upcoming game is gonna be that we won't have any subtitles. So once again, I'm gonna make this game quite loud. Even now, the previous game was ridiculously loud. This one is also gonna be quite loud, so I hope that you will be able to hear everything and understand everything. I wonder if am I live on Twitch? Is everything alright? Can you see me? I could go and check it out myself, but that might be awkward a little bit. Since I used to have this problem whenever I would stop the stream and start it again, it wouldn't start. We can now. Oh, okay. That's good. So yeah, this next upcoming game is the one that I grew up with. I really love the characters, and to this day I find this the best game in the franchise because of how cinematic it is, how cozy it feels. It kind of feels like Cabal Online. How much work has been put into it. It's like those miniature cities that people build, you know, in their free time. It's like that hobby, but it's all put into a game. And this experience is gonna be amazing, okay? So brace yourself and let's start. Oh, also we had the question. But Raziel won't lose his ability to go to Spirit World. No, he won't. His anomaly is being in the physical world. He thrives in the spiritual world since he died, and you know, so it's more normal for him to be in the spiritual world than to be in the normal world, if anything. Okay, so I always love this feeling of turning on this game. Just check this out.
Kain refused the sacrifice.
That's Ariel. And she's mixed into this theme song of this game. And it fucking sounds so good. It's my favorite theme song from all of gaming. Ah, so fucking good. I could listen to this shit for fucking hours. This is what happened in the last game.
I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan, Kain. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nazgul from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
No. It's the same battle. It's, you know, later it will become louder. This cutscene is kinda silent.
You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
It's just retelling with better graphics, you know, with new technology.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny. Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more apt.
Very well, you old snake. If you'd prefer I use my bare hands...
This is completely unexpected. This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
You can drop the benevolent facade, Mobius. I know who and what you are. I should kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
My role as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Kain, some 30 years from now.
Ah, you two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well. And it grieves me to see how cruelly Kain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even close.
Oh, please.
Fortunately, you need not love me now to be my ally.
Are we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long since passed, I'm afraid. This is a more cynical and indecorous age. My mercenary army now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the memory of the Sarafan with our own humble crusade.
Is this the vampire Vorador?
Yes, the scourge of the Circle, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
I and 2 others. The circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient. You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a reputation for deceit.
And who has slandered me so? Your malefactor, Kain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too harshly. We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then. But consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Kain dead. I can help you do it.
You don't want to meddle in this, old man. I know all about your sordid little schemes, but you're simply out of your depth on this one.
You underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you. Even now, Kain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he lingers at the very pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Kain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision. Kain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again be human, Raziel. But you can re-embrace the essence of your humanity and the nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how? I had not yet discovered.
Let me check out if all the settings are set right. I hate that there are no separate sliders, you know, it's like only volume, only sound on, music on, and that's it. You cannot set the dialogue and all that shit. Okay, so should I make the game a little bit louder, or is it fine like this? Judging the cutscene and all that. Okay. So you guys can kinda understand at which point in time we are here or now, right? It's before Pillars got corrupt. So Ariel isn't murdered yet. And basically the only murdering that occurred was Kain fought William the Just. He won, and then vampire genocide happened. And also Vampire Vorador killed 6 members of the Circle. And then 6 members of the Circle got reborn. And that's it. it continued on like this, and people were killing vampires and all that shit. Who is Ariel? The Balance Guardian. The soul that comes to haunt the pillars. Then later Kain became the Balance Guardian, and he had to sacrifice himself, and he didn't. So yeah, and then he cursed the Nosgoth, and he decided to be the king, and he ruled for 1,000 years and whatnot. And now we went back to the human age, back when they're destroying vampires, killing everyone. And these are the murals. As you can see, we kept our powers from the previous game. So that's Borador killing everybody. Members of the circle, you know. Oh fuck, I moved the mouse. Should not have done that. Oh fuck. Oh no. Wait. Oh yeah, mouse is absolutely fucked in this game. I wasn't even gonna plan on using it, I just wanted to show you the murals. Fuck. We cannot skip the early cutscenes. But maybe once we leave the... maybe it will change. Hopefully the camera. But not really, it's like... the problem is compatibility with this game. I'm moving the mouse, this is why it's happening. I thought that camera could reset, but it didn't. So... it stays like that, fuck me. Oy vey. It's a feature, yes. I just cannot move the mouse, that's it. Whenever I move the mouse, it starts fucking spinning. I really don't want to fucking sit through everything again. What the fuck do we do? I cannot save the game. Remember how in the first game... maybe I can continue. Probably not. Fuck. Yeah, exactly, I cannot. It's like in the first game, this game uses the same mechanic of, you know, when Kain had to come to those gate things or whatever, touch it, and then the game would save.
Kain refused the sacrifice.
Okay, this one I can skip.
Where am I?
This one I cannot.
Is the usual question. In your
So
case,
listen to it again.
When might be more apt?
So I could comment on this.
Very well, you old snake.
He took away
If you
Raziel's
prefer, I
soul,
use my bare hands.
soul Reaver, right?
Well, this is completely unacceptable.
That's how he was able to
This orb
win against
disables our vampire
Varador
enemies,
and a lot
leaving
of
them
other
helpless and incapacitated.
vampires.
Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean, you know how.
So right now Raziel cannot
You
use
can
his
drop the benevolent facade,
Soul Reaver?
Mobius. I know who and what you are.
because it got taken away
Kill
by
you where you
Mobius,
stand.
the staff.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
My role as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Kain. Some 30 years
I love how
from
he's
now.
so sure about it.
You two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well.
He has a
And it
thick
grieves
booty,
me
as
to
you can
how
see.
cruelly Kain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even close.
Oh, please.
Fortunately, you need not love me now to be my ally.
Are we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long
This
since
is where
passed,
the circle
I'm
members
afraid.
got murdered. This place.
This is a more cynical and indecorous age. My mercenary army now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the memory of the Sarafan with our own humble crusade.
That's kind of bad having unskippable
Is this the
cutscenes.
vampire Vorpal?
But that's so important,
Yes.
especially
The
for this
scourge
game.
of the circle, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
I and 2 others. The circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient.
So basically,
You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour
through that
every scrap
move,
of information you
when
toss me.
Vorador killed everybody,
I have a reputation
they
for
destroyed
deceit.
And who
Sarafan.
has
After that,
slandered me,
Sarafan
sir?
couldn't
Your
recover.
malefactor, Kain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too
It really
harshly.
fucked up the Sarafan.
We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then. But consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Kain dead.
And Mobius is manipulating Raziel
Want to
into
meddle in this,
killing
old man?
Kain, you know.
I know all about your sordid little schemes.
He's a
But you're
professional
simply out of your
manipulator.
depth on this one.
You underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you.
Worst part that is that he can control
Even
time.
now, Kain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he
That's
lingers at the
Cainus.
very pillars he is
You might
destined to
have
destroy.
met him in other games.
Foolishly confident that
Maybe
he
you
has
even played
eluded
as
your
him,
grasp.
maybe.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Kain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision.
It's also because
Kain's
of the
very
Balance
existence
Guardian.
is a cancer
No
upon this
other
world.
Guardian can
As long as he
gain too
lives,
much power.
all of Nosgoth is in
So
peril.
it's extremely
You may never
important
again
that
be
Kain
human,
remains
Raziel.
alive
You can re-embrace
through
the
everything,
essence
because
of
if he
your
dies,
and the
a certain
nobility of
Guardian
your
can gain a
Sarafan
lot of
heritage.
fucking strength.
Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your abilities.
Okay, now
here.
don't touch
They
the
will
mouse,
try to
okay?
kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do.
Okay, now Raziel's
All
monologue
great
and
movements require a few martyrs.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time streaming chamber. Its
I
entrance
noticed
identical
the
to the
fucky
first,
wacky.
but with
Ooh.
one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how? I had not yet discovered.
Oh, well, what's this? Notices bulge. Okay, so we can check out the murals. Like this one. That's Vorador depicted as a horrible fucking human being killing some other, I don't even know, one of the Guardians. Here he is killing some other Guardian. Fucking horrible. Even 2 are depicted here. Yeah, so overall 6 of them. got fucking wrecked. You already beat Soul Reaver? Yeah. I just ran through the bosses, through all the brothers. Now, in this game we can throw shit just like in the last. But it takes a lot of, you know, shots to kill them from the distance, so it's not really worth it. Notice the little things they added to this game, little bats, and this is a very, very beautiful game. The icons, these are the Sarafan soldiers depicted like that. We can even oh, what's the fucking button for that? Oh, okay. So we can either walk around and punch everybody like this. That's what most people do, or we can lock on by holding shift, and then we choose which target we're gonna fight against. So we have a simple weak attack, this one. We also have a very strong attack, which is this one. We can also pick up swords and all that jizz and jazz. And depending on the weapon that we're holding, this is the strong attack. There are different kill animations. With a sword you chop off the soldier's head. So this is a pretty fucking brutal game, okay? It has a lot more color also. We still have to kill everybody here. Or maybe we don't, but whatever. Fight mechanics are a lot better in this game. It's not just, you know, mash a button. This weapon has a very cool, strong attack. It's like I'm a Reaper. Grim Reaper.
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Kain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
Oh boy. This is pretty fucking brutal. I played this as a child and it was fucking amazing. We can also jump around, do shit like that. So we're continuing through the Sarafan stronghold. Being gay and stuff, you know. You're about to witness a pretty important historical moment, somewhat. We still retain our powers, you know. Everything is the same from the last game, so you pretty much had to play the last game to understand what to do. There are tips, of course.
Away from the influence of Mobius's cursed staff, I could feel the strength of the Soul Reaver slowly returning. If that orb was as debilitating to vampires as it was to the blade, it gave Mobius a powerful advantage over his enemies. I finally understood how Mobius's crusade could decimate the vampires so successfully. If he could immobilize his enemies, they were at his mercy. But why, I wondered, would the staff have
any effect on the Reaver.
Here it comes!
Take a look at how much health we have. This Raziel collected everything in the last game, we didn't.
As I neared the stronghold's inner sanctum, a strange sensation crept over me. An indescribable feeling of displacement, a sense of vertigo, as reality itself appeared to warp and bend around me. The disturbance seemed to emanate from the sanctuary's furthest chapel. As I cautiously approached, the sense of dislocation intensified with each step. So this was the tomb of the beloved King William the Just, beatified here as the martyr and catalyst of Mobius's crusade. I was reminded of Kain's journey as a fledgling vampire, how Mobius coerced him to travel back in history and assassinate William, thus igniting a genocidal hatred of vampires among the citizens of Nosgoth. And here I discovered the source of the displacement. The Soul Reaver itself, laid out like a holy relic, and broken, apparently in the battle between William and Kain. I had not thought such a thing was possible, until, of course, Kain shattered the blade against me when he tried to strike me down.
It's starting to
Thus,
get
the
complicated.
captive spirit inhabiting the Reaver was released, and binding itself to me became my symbiotic weapon. And so the Reaver met its former self, still imprisoned in this corporeal shell. I watched, mesmerized, as the Wraith blade uncoiled itself and snaked down the length of the physical blade. Embracing its twin, its mirror self, the Reaver's long dormant spirit was now fully aroused. And for the first time, I felt the true presence of this other entity, willful, ravenous, and deranged from thousands of years of imprisonment. The Reaver was now in command, and I, now merely its helpless host, felt my soul being leeched to restore the blade. But the Reaver knew better than to destroy its host, and just as I neared the brink of oblivion, the blade released its hold on me. As I recovered, I realized we were now bound together in a fragile alliance. The Reaver no longer merely my symbiotic weapon, but a sentient parasite competing for control.
What have you done to me, Mobius? Is this your trap?
How mine? Don't forget it was Kain who led you here, not I. While you curse me, the only soul in Nosgoth ready to guide and assist you, Kain laughs at our folly and revels in your dismay.
These blades, now coiled in sinister embrace, have inspired terror in the hearts of creatures far more durable than you, old man. Bound together as they are, I can only imagine what they could do to your soul's fragile shell.
Raziel, I beg you to stay your hand. This was none of my doing. I have sought only to aid you in your righteous quest.
Why, you're trembling, Mobius. Has your confidence abandoned you? You seem to have made a fatal error by leaving your precious staff behind. Is that where all your courage comes from?
Listen to me, Raziel. You don't know what you're doing. I have taken an enormous risk by appearing here before you, so defenseless, yet eager to prove my good intentions. If there's anything left of the Seraphim in you, you won't do this. While you threaten me, your true enemy eludes you.
Don't concern yourself with Kain, old man. He'll join you in hell soon enough. As you said, death comes for us all.
Yes, the wheel of fate demands it.
What did you say?
The wheel of fate. The inexorable cycle of death and rebirth to which all men are compelled. We serve the same God, Raziel. To strike me down, would be striking God's own attendant. And I don't believe even you would take that risk.
I tire of your games, Mobius. Now that I know you fear me, I needn't concern myself with you. Kain is waiting for me.
Go then, Raziel. Seek Kain out and destroy him in the name of the one God we both serve. You, who were once a Seraphim priest, murdered, profaned, destroyed, and reborn again from his mercy. You are now most powerfully equipped to be his agent, his instrument of restoration and retribution.
My own vengeance is motivation enough.
By my soul, you almost had me, my little blue assassin. But that'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that.
I could now summon the blade at will, regardless of my strength. But once summoned, the blade's ravenous appetite could not be contained. It devoured the souls of its victims, and if I allowed it to become over-aroused, the Reaver would now turn its hunger on me.
Ask your questions. So much fucking shit happened here. A lot of shit happened here. So, first of all, what is that Reaver that's laid on top of the coffin? That's the Reaver that got broken by the battle between William the Just and Kain. Back when he went in time and there were two Reavers, both of them were fighting with two Reavers, and one of them broke, and it was William's Reaver that broke, and that Reaver was placed on top of his coffin. So Raziel comes in, and don't forget what I said, if you want to change history you must have two Reavers at the same time. So Mobius is fucking scared shitless at this point because Raziel has the soul of the Reaver, the sword, right? It's bound to his soul, and it combines with the real Reaver at the same time. So at that point, that means that even history and everything in the world is fucking crumbling around it, because history is awaiting a moment in which there could be a paradox, because two items appear at the same time when they shouldn't. And since Raziel has Soul Reaver's soul bound to his soul, he picks up the Soul Reaver of William the Just, and it combines, you know, it fixes itself. Now we have both of the Reavers in reality and time. It gets even more complicated later. Even this scene, once you know more about the game and why the world is shaking all the time whenever this shit happens, stuff like this. But if you have any more questions, please ask. Also, Mobius then says that he also worships Elder God. He starts talking about the Circle of Souls and whatnot, and that's basically why Raziel was resurrected, because vampires don't die, they live forever, and they keep their souls in their bodies. So Elder God wants you to kill things like that to release the souls by eating them, basically. If you have anything else to ask, please do, because this is pretty magnificent and important. It's gonna get even more important later, but this part is very entertaining and very interesting. And also we can summon the Reaver at any point now, and even if we have full health or if we, you know, become weaker, the Reaver is still always available as our weapon. The problem is, it's also a very strong weapon and all that. It destroys your enemies, but the problem is that it sucks up their souls, so we cannot feed on them. And also, once you kill enough enemies in a row, the Reaver starts screaming and consuming Raziel, because the Reaver kind of became like a parasite right now. So sometimes it gets its own free will. So there you go.
So this was the legendary Janos Ordren, reputed to have been the most ancient and diabolical vampire to have ever existed. According to folklore, he lived high in the cliffs of Nosgoth's northern mountains and preyed mercilessly on the defenseless villagers below. His reign of terror ended when the Sarafan finally hunted him down and tore his throbbing heart from his still-living body. This relic came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and was supposedly imbued with the power to restore vampiric unlife. The Sarafan therefore guarded it carefully, lest the heart fall into the hands of their enemies. But I wondered, could Janos Ordren truly have been as monstrous as depicted here? Or was this merely artistic license by the Sarafan, who sought to lionize themselves by demonizing their darkest enemy?
In the first Blood Omen, we hear about Janos Ordren. The first time Kain picks up the Heart of Darkness, the legendary old vampire, Janos Ordren. So that's him depicted, you know, with his heart being torn out. That's the Heart of Darkness. That's when Kain was like, the Heart of Darkness, the Heart of Darkness, Ve Victus, and ha 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 ha. And that's what happened then, yeah. That's the sound the Reaver makes now. And as you can see, there's a meter that goes around my life points. That's when Reaver is getting, you know, aroused. And if it completes the full circle, my life starts training.
The scourge is upon us!
Strange how my history came full circle. This chapel, I realized, was a memorial to my former Sarafan brethren and myself. All of us martyred here, and then so cruelly profaned by Kain when he imposed his gift on our noble corpses. For the first time, I beheld the image of my Sarafan self, memorialized here among my fallen comrades. It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been, and what a vile phantasm I had become, and a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it. All I wanted at this moment was to find Kain and destroy him.
The Reaver is starting to scream. That's what it sounds like when it's past halfway. And that's Raziel, that's basically us while we were Sarafan. So that's kinda weird. Especially since Raziel doesn't remember anything from that time. It's like he's been reborn. These are the brothers, you know, when they were Sarafan also. Juma, Melchiah, Rahab, Shurel, and homosexuality. There are supposed to be 5 of them. And the leader, Raziel. Where is the fucking place where we're supposed to go? Probably here. No? We're supposed to get to the 2nd floor. Weren't there fucking stairs? There you go. The last place you look every time. Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? The story is starting to get together, but it's only starting. We can skip a lot of fights from now on, I think. But this game is a lot more beautiful than the previous title.
I emerged, and for the first time beheld Nosgoth in its former glory. The land overflowed with abundant life and vitality. And I knew with certainty then that the world I had left behind was nothing more than the corpse of Nosgoth, a lifeless husk bled dry by the corruption of Kain's parasitic empire. This was the fragile world Kain sacrificed to preserve his own petty life and ambition, heedless of the profound cost. The sight only deepened my resolve. I sensed that the pillars lay to the northwest. If Kain truly waited to confront me there, I would not disappoint him.
It's kinda open world, but not really, it's bullshit. At least this game has fishes. It's a very beautifully crafted game.
As I passed this arcane landmark, a wisp of the Reaver's energy was drawn to the ring, illuminating it. This created a beacon of sorts in the spirit world. If ever I found myself depleted in the spectral realm, and my soul tossed on the ethereal winds, these beacons would draw me back to safety and restore me.
So that's a checkpoint. If we were to die both in the physical world and in the soul world, we would revive here.
These ancient obelisks were mysteriously attuned to my spiritual essence. By simply touching the symbol, I could safely preserve an imprint of my soul, and thus create a milestone to which I could return when weary, and from which I could resume my journey.
This is how you save the game.
While I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
Can you guys write something in chat? I'm not sure if my chat still works as intended. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's one.
Now, we can just skip most of this. These are the vampire hunters. Remember when Kain changed history by killing Nemesis and vampire hunters appeared? So these are these guys. Also the flags, do you remember those flags?
Get it!
They kinda look like Mobius thing on his forehead, and it's his logo. So fucking cool. What are those crows? We're gonna figure it out. You can already kind of guess what they are. Also, those things on spikes are vampires. We need to heal a little bit. No. Okay, whatever. Staying in the physical world is still taxing for Raziel. Okay, that's enough.
These vampires had nothing in common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kain's derelict empire. They seemed to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
This game implies that dogs have souls. When you kill a dog, a soul is released. We gotta kill these guys, because we'll have to operate that switch, and we'll have to hold it for a little bit. This is one of the most legendary speeches that's gonna happen now in all of video gaming history. The Kain speech. When it comes to Legacy of Kain series, this might be the most important and well-written speeches ever, so brace yourselves.
The pillars of Nosgoth, pristine, whole, and uncorrupted. I had never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight. And there, waiting at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
I know you're there, Raziel.
Mobius led me to you, Kain, though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And if Mobius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Mobius trawls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Kain. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or Mobius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Kain? Now, turn and face me. The chase is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it. You and I.
Face me, Kain. Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned a final request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
Indulge me, Raziel. All I ask is that you listen. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the Pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these Pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth to an eternity of decay.
Be still, Raziel. See this. As Ariel dies, I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
My God.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the Guardian Nutraptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nutraptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the Guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the Circle, then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Kain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Let's drop the moral posturing, shall we? We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless indignation led you here. I counted on it. There's no shame in it, Raziel. Revenge is motivation enough. At least it's honest. Hate me, but do it honestly. 30 years hence, I am presented with a dilemma. Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. But as the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Mobius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree, then, that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
Yes, Raziel. And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new Guardians can be born.
The pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Kain.
There's a third option. A monumental secret, hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Kain. There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently so. But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
That's so fucking good. So the idea is that they haven't changed history once. The only time they ever changed history was during the first game, and it wasn't they, it was only Kain, when the paradox was introduced. Even though they traveled through time and whatever, nothing changes because they're always supposed to travel through time. That's history and that's their destiny, you know? So free will exists only during these very, very specific moments, like when two items are brought to the same
I didn't know
time
what
and
impulse
space.
stayed my hand, why I had so willingly allowed Kain to escape me when I had pursued him for so long. I had no reason to trust Kain after he had valued me so little, and yet I found myself intrigued by his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn, but if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
I'm kinda afraid of minimizing my game right now. This is what Spirit World looks like now. It modifies the soundtrack, makes it more sinister. That's what the souls look like in the Spirit World, like skulls.
From the moment of my arrival, I had the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here.
Who could it be? You guys already know who he is. Well, at least you have met him before.
From the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no mere coincidence that I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key.
So we gotta put the Reaver inside the pussy.
And so it was with a sense of gravity and trepidation that I unsealed that ancient door and crossed the threshold.
No one was able to open this door for fucking billions of years. The Reaver is everywhere on the walls. Wait a second. Oh. Never mind. It's probably not important. Probably. These are somethings. They don't even have a soul that we could suck. They're weird creatures. Guess who?
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew that no human hand could have shaped this place, and that perhaps it had never been seen by human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine were demonic. I tried to decipher these images. A great war, but with combatants like none I had ever seen. The pillars, raised by this winged race, who thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings again, writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver itself. Was this what Kain had urged me to discover? I wondered.
Lies, Raziel.
It's the Octopussy.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever. Silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt you have a conveniently inexpressible reason for your presence here?
Do not be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe. Your hold on me appears to be tenuous. I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel. Do not forget that you have a task to fulfill here. You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have me show gratitude for a gift I didn't ask to be bestowed. Do you forget that you forced me to inhabit this vile carcass?
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Kain who destroyed you. The very enemy you've just let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Kain, and not your lackey Mobius.
Mobius is my good servant. I have many.
And if I tell Mobius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Kain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I harbor no illusions about his integrity, nor anyone else's. In fact, I am beset by manipulation on all sides. I merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate, the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death. Their souls stagnate in their wretched corpses. But the wheel must turn. Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my soul weaver, the scourge of the vampires, reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast, end the vampire's parasitic curse, and restore Nosgoth. Kain's blood belongs on your hands.
Kain indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant form. But if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Kain destroyed you without a flicker of remorse. He tore the soul from your noble corpse, and after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years, he discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim. Remember your rage, Raziel. Let it guide your hand.
So yeah, that was the Elder God. We went back in time, and even here he already knows who Raziel is, so that kinda makes sense, you know, since he sees everything and knows everything, and through time he is not bound by time. So any information he receives from whatever point in time he retrieves it and keeps it. And these are the ancient murals. There's this winged race. They created the pillars. They banished this other race. As you can see, they're using the Soul Reaver. That's the ancient war. Then they get cursed by the blood curse. But still the Reaver is able to cleanse them somehow. So yeah, that's what we learn here. We learn quite a lot in this game, don't we? Barely any time has passed and it's mostly cutscenes and cutscenes and cutscenes. I like the idea that one of the guys said, talking about this game in YouTube comments, video games aren't supposed to be movies. Video games are supposed to be theater. And that really fucking stayed with me. Because when it comes to this medium, what you have and how you can control it, it makes sense, you know, not to make video games as movies, but make them as theater. With as much control as you can retain. So yeah, this game must be a lot more interesting to watch than the previous one. Like 8,000 times more interesting. At least for me, it is ridiculously interesting. Considering we can travel through time and all that, the lore is very rich. And we keep on expanding it. Now we just figure out that there was an ancient war. And it wasn't the 9 Guardians that, you know, created the pillars and Soul Reaver. It was the ancient race of ancient winged beings. Yana's Ortron is actually part of the Ancient Ones. He remained alive for a very long time, until Seraphan tore out his heart. He was the last remaining one.
I surfaced into a very different landscape. The daylight barely penetrated the dense canopy of this forest. Here I discovered an ancient ruin, unmistakably one of Mobius's time-streaming chambers, but long ago sealed and abandoned to the encroaching swamp. I didn't currently possess the means to break this seal, but I thought in time that I might.
Get it in time? Now, what does this area look to you like? Tell me. We already saw this place in the first Legacy of Kain game. That's Vorador.
So, my lurking observer was exposed. The creature vanished when he realized he was discovered, but I caught a glimpse of him, and his features were distinctive enough. This was the vampire Vorador, the monstrous assassin depicted in the stronghold. Strange that a creature brazen enough to assault the circle single-handedly would avoid confronting me. Very well. If Vorador would not come to me, I would go to him. But first I needed to find some means of reaching that terrace.
Bobo says it's Shrek's swamp. That is so correct. What is this? Is the swamp from the first Blood Omen? This is where Vorador resides. In his fucking castle. Even these things, you remember it. them, whatever. In the first Blood Omen, in the cutscene, you had those things. These lamps. So they really remained loyal to the early game, and I love that. They didn't, you know, just remake, they didn't throw everything out. They added on top of it.
Seize him! Prepare to die.
There appeared to be a passage here, leading northward into the mountains. The opening, however, was obstructed and too high for me to reach. Perhaps later I would find the means to bypass these obstacles.
This swamp is pretty swampy. That's why they cannot find Vorador. But as we can see, there are a lot of humans here already.
My lurking friend was nowhere to be seen, but I found these ruins even more intriguing. I recognized these arcane symbols from the chamber beneath the pillars, and realized that this shrine too was sealed to all but the bearer of the Reaver.
Time to solve some puzzles. Dad, no please. Also, I can summon the Soul Reaver at any point without going to the menu by double tapping B. So that's pretty cool. Like this. Oh, look, a skeleton. Horrible. All of these puzzles are just put penis in vagina and expect for the best. Ignis Fatuous. The Ignis Fatuous? Yes, the Ignis Fatuous. That's a funny cutscene from the first game. You wouldn't get it, Mom. It's not a phase. We need a soul. There are none. I love their blood. Come to Papa. That always sounds like a rocket, you know, falling down and exploding. They will keep reusing that sound, but it fucking sounds so good.
Throughout this ancient shrine, murals depicted the winged race and the apocalyptic war against their mysterious and equally inhuman adversaries. These winged beings, it seemed, were not only the architects of the pillars, but of this enigmatic place as well. And just as in the Pillar's chamber, this shrine was adorned throughout with imagery of the Reaver, depicted with the reverence of a holy icon.
Yeah, that sword is supposed to be like a savior figure. At least this game barely has any blocks, so these puzzles are a lot more simple. Also, I just remember them pretty well. Fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Those things shoot projectiles, and if they hit me, I might fall down, but not sure. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Come to Papa. Ah, yes. Don't worry about it. The first time I played, this shit took me so fucking long to figure out, like when I was a child. I had no idea that you could pull this, because especially with the low resolution and all that. This one is also kind of bullshit. Ta-da! This ambient music sounds like war. You hear shots, explosions. Pretty fucking interesting. And I think I only figured it out yesterday while playing it. This has been a mystery for billions of years. Wow, Raziel, you are a very clever boy. I love you. I love you too, Kain. Wow. Okay, never mind. Is there not a single soul around here? Whatever. Oh, he ate it. These things eat souls. I think I'll have to kill these guys since they prevent you from going up. Especially these ones. Their projectiles can prevent you from going up there enough. Wow, this shit back in the day blew my fucking mind so much. Walking on a shadow? Like nowadays it seems like a common thing, common idea and whatnot, but it even has that specific sound. I'm gonna come. That's the sound from Space Odyssey 2001. Funny thing is, this game was actually released in 2001. Wait, I think we need to do it this way. Perfect sounds. Sound design in this game is mind-blowing.
As I neared the altar, I suddenly felt the Reaver quickening of its own volition. Just as in William's chapel, the balance of power tangibly shifted. Voracious and willful, the Soul Reaver was now in control, and I, merely its helpless puppet. The Reaver plunged itself into that mysterious altar, and devouring the energy that emanated from within, drained this place of its power. Thus sated, the Reaver released me, and I realized as I recovered control that these ancient shrines were forges, each purpose-built to enhance the Reaver with elemental power.
We increased our health, and we can now imbue our Reaver with certain elemental forge powers, right? And this is mandatory to do. We cannot skip it. But it's very interesting, especially the
Now I
effects.
understood the purpose of the mysterious
I love 'em.
basins I had seen throughout my journey. They were elemental fonts, each attuned to a fundamental essence. When I forged the blade, every font in Nosgoth with the same elemental attunement was simultaneously quickened. The Reaver's enhancements were never permanent, but these fonts enabled me to re-imbue the blade by bathing it in the elemental energy distilled therein.
So this is the Dark Reaver.
Concentric circles, one eclipsing the other. I recognized this symbol from the door sealing that other ancient shrine, the one I had seen in the lake outside the Sarafan stronghold. Perhaps now, armed as I was with the elemental power of darkness, I could return and gain entry.
Yeah, depending on the symbol, we gotta use the right Reaver to open the right door, to solve the right puzzle, etc. We could open the first door because it only had the symbol of a Reaver, so as long as you have a Reaver, it doesn't matter what kind of force it's imbued with. Same as this one. We can use darkness, light, whatever. It's still a Reaver.
You're a ragged excuse for a savior.
Vorador.
I see my reputation precedes me.
It does.
All good, I hope? I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the Pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or the answer to them?
I don't know what you mean.
I will speak plainly then. I distrust your origin, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Mobius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the Pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the Pillars' decay. And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the Pillars' destruction or their salvation?
Neither.
Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely unlocked secrets that have been sealed and forbidden for thousands of years. The path you have been treading is open to only one being. You don't know what you are, do you?
I have been many things. If you find me ignorant, enlighten me.
What's the point? This world is beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it.
I would expect better than meek capitulation from you.
Centuries of persecution have taught me well. 500 years ago, our race was nearly exterminated by the fanatical crusades of the Sarafan. And now the same sick drama unfolds again. In merely a decade, Mobius's cutthroat citizen army has nearly accomplished what the Sarafan could not. Vampires meddling in the affairs of men. Look where it's brought us.
What am I to make of these secrets I've uncovered, then? The depictions of the winged race, the Pillars, and the Reaver.
Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away, until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies. But you see, even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too late. Janos Audron, the Reaver Guardian, the last of the ancients, and my maker, was murdered by the Seraphan nearly 5 centuries ago. He alone would have the answers you seek, but his secrets died with him. I don't know how you've come even this far without his guidance, or without the Reaver, stolen these 500 years ago by the Seraphan. I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us are out of luck.
Are fucked.
I had no less reason to trust Vorador than anyone else I had met. In fact, the ancient vampire was the most forthright being I had encountered thus far. If Janos Audron was the key to all this, then I would find him, and Mobius's time-streaming device would provide me passage. But first, I had to find a way back into the stronghold, and I suspected I would find the means within the lake's mysterious shrine.
So, what we found out this time around is that Vorador was made... He's an old vampire, but he was made by the Ancient One, Janos Audron, the last surviving vampire of the ancient race. But how Vorador was made, we don't know yet. Maybe he had to suck a penis. Where am I? If you have any questions, please ask. This story is getting a bit convoluted, and it's gonna get a lot worse. Going up. Back to the Elder God. Let's poke his eye out. That's an octopus. I fucking love this so much.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving.
Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
So, don't forget that 2 human guardians were the ones wanting the pillars for themselves. It was Mobius and Necromancer Mortanius. Every single other guardian was a vampire. And since Elder God also hates vampires, since they don't die and they last forever, he cannot spin their souls back into the wheel of life and death. And since Mobius also kinda, you know, follows the Elder God, kinda like Raziel also, but Raziel is starting to question him. A pretty interesting image is starting to build, right? It was the Jews. But it's Mobius who was manipulated by the Elder God. We also have Mortanius, who's manipulated by whom? We don't know yet. So we gotta go back now to the same symbol we saw when we got out of the Seraphan stronghold.
There's one.
No. Let's go for a walk, doggy. Kain would fucking die in this water. Probably. Unless he evolved a certain water protection or something. I guess he could walk over it in the mist form.
Seize him.
No.
Die, fiend.
I'm gonna save the game here in case something fucks up. It's funny how there are no collectibles in this game. It's just full-on storytelling mode. They could have added something, but I don't know why they didn't. Maybe they ran out of time again. Good night, we'll have a good one. And we are finally here. That's where the stronghold is, by the way. Over there. Yeah.
These murals left no room for doubt. These winged creatures were indeed the architects of the pillars. And while the images were difficult to decipher, the pillars appeared to banish or diminish their enemies somehow.
Fuck yeah, puzzles. Goodbye. That's a Jewish star. No, it's not. Oh no. I did a fuck you, walk you, wango, boingo, boyano. That skull is stuck. Oh. Stop fucking eating my shit. The time has come. And so have I. This is a big boy. We won. Yay. He's still fucking following me. That's pretty loud. No. Long-ranged missile. Nailed it. This music kinda reminds me of Serious Sam. Ain't that just fucking crazy? I love how every single thing has a sound for it. When we turned that thing around, there was a sound and stuff. I fucking love that. I mean no harm. Oingo boingo bueno. The main thing we need right now to solve a lot of puzzles is the Dark Reaver. But we cannot just call it out, we gotta use that thing over there at the bottom. Fuck. I'm so clumsy. I guess it's supposed to be over there somewhere. I'm trying to find a way to resurrect myself. We need that portal. There we go. Those are cool looking weapons, but we have Soul Reaver. Always. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Looks a little bit glitched. Oh well. Can't expect it to work as intended. This game is 20 years old. Cannot talk because I'm retarded. Oh, hello. Okay, open the door. I can't fucking forget that it's the sound of the monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey. It's so cool. I love how Raziel still remains extremely strong because, you know, it's not like in other games when you kinda lose every power you have. They took a different kind of design, different approach, which is kinda cool. It does feel like second part of the first game. We will only need a star now. The gates are open. They lead me to the same place. But at the end of this tunnel, we're gonna see a big brown penis. The darkness Reaver, well, Soul Reaver imbued with the elemental force of darkness, can take out the eyes. Like these traps, you just gotta shoot it. Clever girl. And it doesn't last long. The eye turns back. It's not permanent. We stole the Jewish star from the synagogue. Now we're gonna place it somewhere. And then we'll get the Reaver. New elemental power of the Reaver. My eyes. Raziel shat with his fucking pants. He has no bowels though, so whatever.
I plunged the Reaver into the forge and imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Mobius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
Ah, yeah. Guess where we're going now. Rather, when? I don't get it. That's close. The Reaver almost started eating me. I wonder what that could be. Fuck. Okay. We need to be on ground like this. Soul penis. Now, how the fuck do we get inside? I know, I'm just asking, I'm sorry. Time to touch the little boy. There we go. And now time to go inside the castle again. Wow. Humans are like, who the fuck did that? We never figured out how to open it. Even though we made the castle, whatever. We built the castle even. Get closed.
Taste my blade, vampire!
Taste my cum. Dicus Maximus. I'm back home, baby. Wow. I wonder if we can go here. Okay. He's been killing everybody. Why does he care?
Show yourself, Kain.
Here, Raziel. Everything is decided here. You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must, if Nosgoth is to be dragged from the wreckage of its damnation.
I understand only this, Kain. That you and Mobius have impelled me to this moment simply means I can trust neither of you. I don't know who's pulling the strings, but it no longer matters, because I'm cutting them. I set my own course from here.
If it were only that simple.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Kain.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel. You must understand, our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable. Drop a stone into a rushing river. The current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel, and have even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient. Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth.
Keep your distance, Kain.
Years later, I stumble upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Mobius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Mobius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race.
I warn you, no further.
This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The nemesis never becomes the nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction, and Mobius profits from it all. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How, if history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Mobius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the Soul Reaver. The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail history.
Is this your sorcery?
Not mine, Raziel. Yours. You have nothing to fear from me, Raziel. You hold all of the cards.
Then perhaps I should test your sincerity. If what you say is true, you should be terrified. I could kill you here and now.
And so you do, Raziel.
What's happening?
We're hurtling towards our destinies, Raziel.
history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. If you truly believe in free will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of Balance Guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Mobius, and so in turn was yours.
This is madness!
Fight it, Raziel. This moment does not have to be an ending. It can become a prelude.
I can't.
You can, Raziel. Look inside and see that it is so. You have the power to reshape our inevitable futures. Poor William.
What is this?
History, a pause, a paradox, Raziel. Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself, finding its old course blocked by your refusal to destroy me. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves, Raziel, and reclaim our intended destinies. It may yet be possible for me to assume my role as Balance Guardian and return the pillars to their rightful inheritors.
To the vampires. And this is the destiny you have urged me to discover. I don't know what game you and Mobius are playing, Kain, but I refuse to be your pawn. Unlike you, I still revere whatever shred of humanity I've managed to preserve. You will not use me as the instrument of your messianic delusions.
Very well, Raziel. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone.
Humble words for one who presumes to teach me a lesson at every turn.
Then continue your journey and learn your own lessons, Raziel. Remember, Mobius led you here, but you walk away unfettered. A champion of free will and conqueror of false histories. There is much more for you to unearth, if you have the heart for the truth and the will to see it.
So that was the second paradox. I don't know if you noticed that, but every time throughout history, whenever Raziel would come down here to this point in time, he would always kill Kain, except for now, except for this time. And since he had two Reavers in his hand, this was the moment where he had free will. So instead of murdering Kain like he always does, he decides not to do it. And then history was like, what the fuck, this something changed. And then history rebuilt itself. And now Kain is alive when he's supposed to be dead. Everything else is kind of the same, but yeah, I need to take a piss. This is very magnificent moment. This was the second paradox. There are only 3 in the series. My fucking ears hurt. So, do you guys have any questions? Is everything clear so far? Kain is supposed to be dead at this point. That's the paradox, basically. Raziel refused to kill Kain, even though history and Reaver and everything else really wanted him to do it. If there are no questions, I can just continue. Kinda clear, okay. So, let me ask you this question. How many Reavers are there right now during this time in history? Right now, as we are alive. Raziel has one. One is here in the chapel, right? And young Kain. Don't forget that he's still alive right now, doing something. Or maybe he was just born. But either way, there's supposed to be one extra Reaver in the chapel, like the cathedral. Averna's cathedral. So we have 3 at least. One in the cathedral, one that Kain takes sooner or later, yeah. Then we have Soul, the Wraith Blade, the one Raziel has, and one on the, you know, on Sir William. I fucking moved the mouse. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. Oh, wait, I cannot go. Oh, yeah, I can go outside. I think. I'm just gonna go outside using this shitty camera. Hopefully, the game will allow me to do that. I will save the game and then I will turn on. Turn it off and on again. I'm retarded. Yeah, we came from that door. Oy vey, the mouse is doing something. And after we save the game, because I don't want to watch the cutscene again, so it's easier this way, I guess. Fuck. That's the wrong Reaver. Okay, there it is. We can imbue it. No biggie. Wait, does that fix the camera? No. I'm a fucking retard. Should not have pissed. Save game is pretty close, so whatever. So, are you now starting to understand why this story is so fucking praised and loved by everybody? And we have only traveled in time, what, like 2 times? One was Kain, then we did. Now we're gonna travel through time again. Okay, I got some messages from friends. I gotta check out what the fuck that is. Okay. Okay. Oy vey, it's stuttering.
Kain refused the sacrifice.
Fucking piece of shit, Kain. He refused the sacrifice. Every time. Why does he do that? All of this mess is because he did it. But to be honest, he wants to save the race of vampires, so... Noble deed. Noble deed. We don't have the cutscene now. Thank you, game developers. Truly high IQ. Whoops. Penis cupcake.
Prepare to die.
Times 3 bar. Where are thou? Knock knock, who's there? Penis. Penis who? Penis bum. I don't get it. That's retarded. I'm sorry, I won't say anything anymore. That's a dog. Dogs are vampires' best friends. Oh. We don't have to kill them.
Seize him!
That was easy. No. Do you guys do children's birthday parties? Also, one interesting note I forgot to mention is, look at Kain's design. He has an earring in one of his ears. That's probably the ring that Vorador gave him. And he also has that scar on his stomach. It's because he got impaled, you know, through his back and then resurrected.
Ah, yes. I like that look on your face, Mobius. You really don't know what to do now, do you, old man?
Here you are, caught without your damn staff. And I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd hoped. You're not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kain's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Raziel. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
We were never allies, Mobius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kain when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice, and I chose mercy. And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened by the devious Kain, not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain, "Kill Kain." I'm setting my own path from here, Mobius. I intend to discover the truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kain reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Raziel? You're simply Kain's servant.
I do not serve Kain. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, Time Streamer. Right now, I choose to manipulate you for a change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come now, Mobius. You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine.
He holds it like a shotgun.
This era is of no further use to me. You will operate this device to provide me passage. I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kain? You're leaving your core behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the two poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
So, take a wild guess what happened now. Of course we traveled through time, no doubt. But did Mobius actually send us backwards? Or was he a piece of shit?
Even as I emerged from that infernal time-streaming chamber, I suspected treachery. The stronghold was vacant, derelict, abandoned.
It's the future, baby. But powerful monsters. But it's okay, the Reaver can just solve that issue. Wait, where are we supposed to go? they're demons and shit. They're attacking humans. These things are extremely powerful. And there's even a worse thing about them. Check this out. They can travel to the fucking spirit realm. So they can basically easily kill us in both places. So that's pretty fucking interesting. Who are they though? I think... Do you remember that... what was that name? Avernus Cathedral. In it we fought this mentalist, or maybe not a mentalist. What was she? Basically she could control demons. Later she got the time streaming device. And she would draw, you know, blood runes onto the floors in Blood Omen. And around Avernus Cathedral we saw all sorts of demons and creatures that were from parallel dimensions. Maybe she was responsible for dimensions, I have no idea. But yeah, she probably destroyed Nosgoth that way, or something like that. But I think that's the person responsible for it. The Guardian of States, maybe. And don't forget, she also had a time streaming device, which later Kain took and went back to where he was supposed to be. So yeah, she was the one summoning demons, I guess. Oh, the door is locked, okay. Why is everyone against me now? Can't you guys fight each other, like? There we go. Kill the demon, guys. Human technology has improved. They can shoot a lot quicker now. There was another soul. I guess it ran away. Fuck. So this game is also pretty well balanced. Because they just prevent you from going anywhere now, they can travel to the spirit world. Even though you have a Soul Reaver, which destroys them in an instant, it's still not that easy. One more? Oh, okay. The future is fucking difficult.
If I had any doubts about the era I now occupied, this grotesque tableau certainly eliminated them. For here was Mobius, long since murdered by Kain, lionized and beatified as the martyred leader of his bloodthirsty crusade. And if I required further evidence, I needed only to behold the gruesome trophy Mobius held aloft. The severed head of Vorador. The final triumphant kill of Mobius's cutthroat mob. His execution marked the annihilation of the vampires. Far from channeling me into Nosgoth's past, Mobius had propelled me over a century to its ghastly future. The intent behind this little detour was unmistakable. Having failed to make me his obedient assassin, Mobius intended to keep me ignorant of my true destiny, which clearly lay in Nosgoth's past. While his deception only reinforced my purpose, Mobius had effectively stranded me here. This left me no course but to explore the era I now occupied and see what changes the century had wrought, following Kain's ill-fated decision. Perhaps time had cleared a path for me into the mountains, where I might unearth more clues behind the mystery of Janos Audron.
That's actually Vorador's head. It doesn't look weird for no reason. It's actually his head. Because when vampires, especially old vampires, die, they do not decay. They, they can be revived. It's fucking crazy. This shit is locked. We can imbue a Reaver, but it doesn't really do anything, I think. Same damage. Please, no. Police, help.
What pathetic charade is this now, Mobius?
No charade, Raziel. Only the entreaties of this martyred spirit.
Your pleas mean nothing to me after all your deceit. You have propelled me into Nosgoth's future, Mobius, and left me stranded here.
I am truly sorry, Raziel, but it was necessary. Consider it the last valiant act of a doomed man. You have strayed from your purpose, and now behold the result. Gaze upon the wasteland you and Kain authored together.
I fail to see how I'm responsible.
You spared Kain, and by doing so, you have released a multitude of horrors upon this world. I can accept that Kain has murdered me, as the Time Guardian. I foresaw that instant long before it occurred, and I take some small comfort in the fact that Kain remains the sole survivor of his vile breed. But you have single-handedly made my sacrifice meaningless.
Your argument is disingenuous, Time Streamer. I cannot see how killing or sparing Kain's future self would alter these events. This wasteland was created by Kain's original refusal at the Pillars. Amidst all these twists and turns, that event has never changed. You are cunning, Mobius. I think you've gotten tangled in your own web.
As Kain clings to his precious seat of power, the pillars sink into a mire of decay, dragging all of Nosgoth down with them.
I don't think this has anything to do with the pillars, or Kain's failure to sacrifice himself. I think you're simply afraid, because you don't know what he's up to. He's a wild card, isn't he? And you don't want his influence in your game. Which is why you wanted me to eliminate him. Well, now that he survived, you have no idea what's coming, do you? Maybe, for the first time in your entire life, you're terrified that he may have truly found a third option out of the dilemma you orchestrated for him.
Kain's lies have addled your mind. Leave this place and trouble my spirit no more.
If you even are a spirit, you've forgotten. I have a way to tell for sure. If you're willing to risk it. I didn't think so. Either way, you lose.
So even after death, Mobius is trying to manipulate Raziel. So I was wrong, these creatures aren't demons, or maybe they are. Maybe they are. It's probably, wait, let me think. At this point in time, did Kain refuse the sacrifice or not? Because it shouldn't be demons, because in the first game we killed Mobius after near the end of the game, right? So there shouldn't be demons. Maybe the world is just colliding. I also read a theory back in the day that these are like time protecting creatures. Like if you break the timeline or fuck with time too much, they came out of the woodwork to fix it. Something like that. Also, the green color might implicate another thing, which we will figure out in the later game, Blood Omen 2. But who are these creatures? It's pretty difficult to tell. Their appearance kinda looks demonic, so maybe... Because at this point, Nosgoth is getting corrupted and going to hell, and that's also what Mobius just said, but how much can we trust him? We don't know, but... yeah. Everything is fucked. You can hear them behind the door. That's not fun. I love the way they spawn, it's so fucking sweet. Considering that they're poisonous like that, demons were also poisonous before Avernus Cathedral, but we were also introduced to all sorts of mobs that could poison you. I cannot really recall in Blood Omen 1 any, you know, creatures that look like these ones. So I have no clue. There was a pretty huge graphical jump, so you know, probably that's why. We should recharge health and then save the game. At least these guys are still alive. Some things never change. Feels good, man. Yeah, baby. So, we gotta get to the past. To the Nosgoth's past, somehow. There's quite a bit of backtracking in this game, but it's not that bad. We can just skip everything. This time around, this thing is fallen. I recall being able to... Maybe yeah, it's from this side. Checkpoint. Shit. Fuck yeah, Raziel. Oh, we didn't even need to kill him. The Pillars of Nosgoth. Whole, pristine and uncorrupted.
These were the pillars so familiar to my blighted eyes. But now that I had begun to learn their true significance, I regarded the pillars' destruction with a new, enlightened sense of horror. And I questioned now whether Kain's simple refusal, his mere ambition, could truly have caused such devastation. I felt that some darker influence was at work here. As I approached, I discerned the spirit of Ariel, bound here now for more than a century.
Forever am I bound, hope abandoned, my spirit tethered to this place. What destroyed the circle could not touch me, for I was newly dead and beyond harm's reach. I alone was spared the descent into madness, and Kain alone was spared the pain of death. When Nepraptor's poison seized Kain even in the safety of the womb, much more than just his destiny was lost. All of Nosgoth lost balance. Consider us now, both of us less than we once were. I, pure but insubstantial, and Kain, terribly real, but corrupted.
Your imprisonment here has deranged your spirit. You fixate on Kain because you believe he is the tether that binds you here. We both know he is not the author of your agony. The pillars were subverted by dark forces, invited by the Guardians themselves. The more I learn of your circle, the more I see a tangle of nested manipulations.
Kain handed them their victory. They sought to topple the pillars, and he was their willing instrument.
Or was he their unwilling pawn? Would it blunt your wrath to know that Kain's dilemma was calculated to bring the pillars down, regardless of the choice he made? And that the devastation would have been even greater had he chosen the path you would prescribe for him?
You are a subtle, deceitful creature. But your clever arguments do not absolve Kain. He must die for the pillars to be restored. There is no other way.
Then consider this more ominous possibility. What if Kain's death does not restore the pillars? Consider that it may simply be too late, that this world may be beyond redemption, and that you may be bound here eternally.
Why do you hound me, demon? You can see that I am captive here. Show me some mercy.
Like the mercy you showed your fellow Guardians when you set Kain on them? Or the mercy you showed Kain when you kept him ignorant of his destiny while you used him as the scourge of the Circle? Or perhaps like the mercy you showed your beloved Naprapta when you made him Kain's first kill?
You are cruel. Why do you torment me?
I'm merely looking for answers, Ariel. Ah, very well. I'll leave you in peace. But know this about you and this purgatory from which you long to escape. You're merely at the threshold.
Now I understand who those things are. Remember when on the murals we saw banishment of another vampire race, and how necromancer Mortanius was possessed by a demon? So what happened was pillars were supposed to prevent the evil demon realm from coming back to reality, and the pillars were protecting that. But since Mortanius was possessed, he killed Ariel. Then all guardians were murdered by Kain, thus wanting for Mortanius, while he wasn't possessed, to clean up the circle. But in the end, while he was possessed, he killed Ariel. So, and Demon Realm came out to play, right? And this is what we're seeing right now. The world is in control of demons because pillars have fallen, and there's nobody to, you know, protect the demon realm from coming back to reality. So what we are fighting are demons, and they came out because pillars fell. Fuck. That's a demon. He's shooting projectiles. Yeah, they can even travel to Spirit World. That's fucking crazy. Does this do anything? Oh fuck, he can spawn little creatures. I never knew this. I never fucking knew this. That's crazy. What the fuck? Whoa. That blows my fucking mind. Yeah, so they're pretty much the same demons from Blood Omen 1. Don't forget we're in the spirit world. If we die here, we die. and then reappear on the checkpoint. The future's so bright I need sunglasses. It's kinda interesting to traverse the same areas and see how they have changed. Nah. No, that it's fine, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Oh, Elder God. What the fuck is going on here, please?
Raziel, the failed assassin. You had Kain at your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Kain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty scene. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you appear to thrive? Things in this world, I am learning, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
I am the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth's very existence. I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that? Wouldn't that be poetic irony? The great adversary of the vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
Do not test my patience, Raziel. I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
As your agent, I am beyond death.
There are fates worse than death, Raziel.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer, a spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this, you are mine for eternity. You have always been, and will always be, my soul Reaver.
So that's Elder God. He manipulated Mobius into destroying the pillars in a way. It's a bit more complicated than that. What does Elder God want? He wants to eat.
You would would be wise to heed me, Raziel.
He also is a bit gay. Also notice that he grown a little bit since it's the future, so that's kind of cool. He wants anyone to take control of the pillars as long as they can die and resurrect, you know, as long as they can be in the wheel of death and rebirth. Wow, look at this place. It lacks some water now. Last time we've been here, it was full of water. Now it's only half full. Oh fuck, I didn't notice. It's already the surface. This is pretty mazy. Where do we get that? Apparently not here. But we need the Reaver of Darkness. It's probably in this room. At least it should be. Oh, there we go. Good thing that Raziel has the means, you know. Oh, fuck. My fucking ears. That's the most frequently heard phrase in my stream. My ears. My penis and my vagina. Ow. Oy vey. Oh, Varadar, now he's dead. But we're taking the same path. There we have it. Looks nice. They shoot you, that's the most annoying thing. For some reason I recalled going there, but I guess not. We passed those gates for a good reason though. It's to remind us where the time streaming device is. These guys feel so good in this swamp environment. Also, the ghostly lanterns aren't lit anymore. I guess to imply that Warador was keeping them lit, or at least his life, his essence. Ah, there we go.
The passage of time had indeed cleared my way forward, enabling me to explore the northern mountains of Nosgoth. I was anxious to discover if some evidence of Janos Audron's existence might still remain.
Rain is so fucking loud in this game. Don't shoot me, please. Nice. So this is a place we haven't been to before. Doggy. I don't like that camera placement. Oh yeah. That's the battle camera placement. Oh fuck. That really fucked me up. I'm almost dead. But there's so much you can do with it. So I guess this is it. We're moving to the city area. This is where humans live, kinda. Fucker. Okay. I also have a trick up my sleeve. I really need some help. Not enough, but that'll do.
Here I discovered the quaint hamlet of Ushtenheim, now long abandoned and collapsing into ruin. Legend claimed that Janos Ordran terrorized its villagers until the Sarafan hunters ferreted him out and destroyed him. If there was any truth to the old tales, the lair of the infamous vampire would not be far away.
That's Ushtenheim. We've been to this place in the first game. I don't remember which one is it. Fuck. Oh no. We are fucking getting obliterated. Humans won, everybody. These guys can certainly block. Well, we were nearing our end, so this is fine. As long as we don't meet any demons. So close to the save. Oh, did you see that? We just gotta find a place in which we could resurrect. Easier said than done now. The fountain. Come with me, dog. Let's save the game. No. Yikes. The Reaver is thirsty. Oy vey. Crap. Goodbye. Where am I supposed to go? That's the question. I guess I came from there, so I'm supposed to go over there. Right? Nope. Guess I'm supposed to go over there. We're getting close to where we are supposed to be. Collateral damage.
This edifice was clearly not crafted by human architects. As the figure beneath the balcony silently attested, these were the Ares of winged beings. Undoubtedly, I stood before the mountain refuge of the legendary Janos Ordren, but the entire sanctuary lay in ruin, collapsed under the force of some ancient cataclysm. As I suspected, the time streamer's deception ensured that I was centuries too late to unearth anything of consequence here. With nothing behind me but the wasteland I had traversed, I resolved to press on and explore these canyons further.
Hello, it is I.
Every time you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. I don't think I have the stomach for it.
No drama this time, Raziel.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes. He clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Ordren.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Kain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel. Janos is indeed the key to your destiny, but you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though, Raziel. You and I are now in great danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes, we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Kain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, you're scared to death of me. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolical they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth's great manipulator is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance, while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind that this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
I moved the mouse. How fortunate. Well, there must be a save game sooner or later. Really wish there was one sooner than later. Maybe I should just keep swimming. There we go. Fuck. It's getting pretty late. Once I save the game, maybe we should stop here, or do you want me to continue today for a bit longer? Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. This is extra level of difficulty, you know? Wait, is the camera fixed now? Oh, it is. Fuck yeah. I would vote for stopping. I slept last night only for 4 hours, I'll die soon. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, so I'll just find a safe spot and kill myself. Fuck. Oh no. These things refuse to die, they are so fucking powerful. Uh-oh. But his soul, it fully refills my health. That's a pretty fucking strong boy. No, fuck off. Pretty accurate, fucking demon. I cannot react to it. Just explode, thank you, jeez. These things are from hell. Literally. Nah, it's okay. I'm fine. Fuck. Where is the fucking respawn? Oh yeah, it's probably over here. Is it not? Walk like a little duck. Ah. Thank goodness. Raziel was T-posing. Come. Don't call my name, don't call my name. Please. Well, those two demons should not be here anymore. Fuck. Ow. I just need to kill him, that's it. Explode. Fuck. We're fucked now. Unless we could do something else. Yes, Reaver. Fucking suck 'em. Jeez. Finally. Checkpoint. Nailed it. It feels like there is no purpose of blocking in this game. Even if you block, they can just straight attack through. Okay, we're just gonna return. And then imbue the Reaver. No, then kill them and then imbue the Reaver. These guys are pretty fucking strong. Very, very strong penis.
The scenes I discovered here were unambiguous. This race of winged beings, the architects of the pillars and the creators of the Reaver, were Nosgoth's first vampires. Their bloodthirst appeared to be a curse inflicted upon them by their vanquished enemies. These images confirmed the truths that Kain had divulged to me, but I had been too incredulous to accept. I struggled in vain to see how the pieces fit together. How Kain intended to escape the dilemma of his destiny, and what role he had plotted for me, and why Mobius and the dark powers with which he seemed to be allied were so desperate to see Kain dead, and so intent on me being the instrument of his execution.
So yeah, the ancient winged race got cursed, and after they got cursed, they started wanting blood. So ancient vampires started drinking blood, as a cause of that war between them and this other mysterious race. Shouldn't there be a safe fucking game somewhere here? No? I really doubt I have to play through fucking everything. Where was the newest fucking save game? It's been ages ago, probably. I guess I'll just continue playing it. If you feel like you want to go to sleep, just go to sleep. You'll be free to watch it tomorrow. I will play until I find a save, and that's where I'm stopping. Okay, we need the light Reaver for this. It finally worked. Fuck. I tried to duck and I just slipped. Do the little duck walk. The worst thing about going to the soul world in this one is you lose the element power. So once I come back to life, I won't have the imbued soul reaver with the elemental force of light. I'll just have a regular reaver. We'll also have to fucking deal with these guys. As long as they're not those huge devils, it's like whatever. Ho ho ho. Oj vej. Nhắm nhắm. This is kinda like that cathedral. No, right, this is what is going on here. I'm not supposed to go here yet. That always looked so fucky. Even as a child, I remember looking at it and it was like, he's alive there, waiting to receive something? What the fuck? Like, you gotta put something inside of him? Like, what the fuck? This is the darkness one. I'm retarded? Yes. Also, we gotta fight them. If we don't, we cannot access the door. Or imbue our Reaver in that case. We need to solve a block puzzle. Oh, fuck. That was the eye. We can get inside here, but there is no way to spawn. That's a bait. I recall needing to go up that thingy, but we gotta respawn first. We don't get the fucking elemental force return? Fuck. Yeah, just go to sleep. This is the best fucking solution. That eye would never spawn like that before in my life. It would spawn earlier. I guess the reason is, once again, CPU shit. I cannot find any other reason. This game works almost perfectly, but it still has these weird like graphical glitches and whatnot. For example, electricity running across the Soul Reaver is extremely fast. It's not supposed to be like that. Shit, that almost fell on me. Oh yeah, die. Oh, we had this thing here. Well, okay. Can't win them all. Okay, good night. I'm fucking can't hold anymore. I'll check you tomorrow. Okay. Have a good night's rest. I hope this game was a lot more interesting than the previous one. The story is starting to get together now. And yet, we still have like 2 games. I cannot poke out the eye with the light Reaver. Oh right, I remember, I think. No, I don't. Fuck that eye. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I'm just scratching it. Let's see, I cannot freeze time. Also, these things used to only respawn once. I don't know why they keep on fucking respawning. Oy vey. Well, we have both of the rivers restored now, but... Oh. I'm getting too old. This is one of those puzzles that I don't remember well. Fuck. Oh. I guess you can do that. The timing seemed off last time. Strange. Fuck. That ice charging its laser again. Ah, fuck. Isn't this annoying? Happy little Razio. That's what I've been looking for. Horrible. Just nasty. I also love how you're leaving trails. Wherever you go, there's a trail of blood. This is so fucking cool. I love it so much. You can also hear the heart. Orange. Finally. His soul has been released. This part lacked sound, and it always stuck out for me for that reason. Someone built all this shit for Aziel. What the fuck am I doing? For some reason I thought that this game was a lot shorter. I'm impressed actually. I thought it was like 4 hours max. What a nice surprise. Oh, how did I not notice it before? But what's the point? No idea. Maybe it brings the edge a bit closer. Cutie. Shit. Zoinks. I guess this is what we're supposed to do. There we go. When you have diarrhea and also a prolapse and also a hemorrhoids, feels bad, man, but looks like that. Raziel knows. He'll learn. That doesn't work. The last one requires only a soul Reaver. This is another forge, by the way. You probably could tell at this point, since it's so puzzly. I remember this one being quite annoying. At least in this game they tell you what to do somewhat. Previous game was kinda too ridiculous. My eyes! Why did it close? Let's see if it actually closed. Okay, that means the cycle is wrong, so I must get here first. Oh, fuck. Saved it. Hopefully. Okay. Now gotta use this. Now gotta open the door. Now gotta head this way. Listen to your heart. Pick it up. Time to set free another soul. No new cutscene this time. The evil stone golem consumes the soul. Raziel continues his journey, sucks it, licks it. But now he can fly up here again. Ooh. Oh, what a fall. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine the smell.
As the Reaver drained the forge of its vital energy, the tempest receded. I recovered myself and paused to admire my newly forged weapon, now imbued with the elemental power of air. Thus armed, I hoped that I now finally possess the means to escape this wasted land.
That means we can save the game now. If we're lucky. Fuck. There we go. What could it possibly mean? That it's gonna crash right now. We can break walls now.
This elemental Reaver I discovered had the power to obliterate barriers that were cracked or compromised. At last, I had the means to open that ruined time-streaming chamber I discovered so long ago in the swamp. Now, perhaps, I could leave this wasteland and return to an era when Janos Ordrin still lived.
Let's do that, Rasputin. Fuck. I forgot about the eye. Please don't touch me. Please don't squish me. Please don't squash me. Oh baby, a triple. No. I refuse. Goodbye. I always get a attack during the animations. That's so lucky. Okay, we gotta kill these guys. Toki. This is where the save game is. So we got the Wind Reaver. And we are finally free to eat some fat, pig's fat. That tastes very fucking nice. So yeah, thanks for watching. This was... I think that we're pretty close to the end when I think about it. There's one more Reaver remaining. At least. Yeah. Well, there's at least an hour left, maybe 2. Probably 2 hours, not sure. But yeah, thanks for watching, I will see ya tomorrow.